Alright, let's start it up. I probably should log in before I start stream, but whatever. It's kind of jarring that this song starts with like lyrics right off the bat on the title screen. I'm not used to that. Uh-oh. Oh, well, we're going to be here for a minute. I didn't realize the queue was going to be so long tonight. So, you know, it's going to be hanging out for a bit. Just the past few times I logged in, or the past few days, which I know has been Christmas, but still, there's only been like 20, 30 people in line. This time there's 1,000, so well, it takes about 15 minutes to get by usually, 15, 20 minutes, I hope. So, you know, we're just going to chill. I'm going to browse some stuff real quick. I just really didn't think I'd have to do that tonight, so that's cool. See, it already went down 70 people. That's not bad. Apologies again. Trying to see if there's something else I can do on here real quick while we're... Oh, it's minimized, so you're not going to see it, but whatever. There we go. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna try something while we're waiting for that to go. Let's put it on my just chatting screen. Just hang out with the pretty background while we might edit this a bit, but for now it's seasonal. So look at all doing this, I'm gonna check some stuff in this. No, there's no one here right now, but whatever, right? See what I got on my Steam. Maybe I'll just play something random on my Steam for a little bit while we... You know, I know something I can mess around with real quick. I'll have to make a window for it, so bear with me while I do a little customizing on things. But I'm gonna do that while we wait for the game to install. game I've been enjoying recently a lot. We'll just put that on stream for a little bit while we're doing this. Turn off the music for a second. Oh, there's no music on this. It's really fun. Alright. This. Put on my streaming screen real quick. Customize this. Edit this out real quick. It's a fun little game, so this is temporary, just until the stupid login queue gets not done. I'm gonna play this. This is something I can easily drop out of if once the login queue fixes. On stream editing. Yeah. I did not anticipate the long queue in Final Fantasy tonight. So we're playing this fun game that I don't think many people know about. Let me stretch it out a bit. There we go. Alright. Temporary for now. Let me organize my windows a bit now. Alright. Let's do this. Because my login queue is still at 900, so it's gonna be a minute. Let's do it. Oh no, wait. Oh, yeah. Let's start over with. Let's continue with the rogue. Ha. This is a pretty fun game. I think that could just a little thingy to jump in and do random stuff for a minute. Just do. God, still at 900. I'm keeping an eye on it though. I have it on my other monitor and I'm watching the queue. It's so disappointing. But you know, gotta do what we gotta do. My dice. Oh, this is a crappy roll. Oh, that went down to 8:30. We're getting there. I think probably another 15 minutes or so and it'll be fixed. I'm gonna take the damage for the dice split. Oh, well. I should have done some stealing. Two ones, that's crappy. Oh man, I think that's fast. There. Let's put this into. Come on, Q. Ah, I should have logged that in earlier. I just assumed it wouldn't be that bad. Alright, one already went down again to 750, so it's going quick. Bye. I should have tossed a couple more dice. I didn't realize it was the last turn. Extra dice. Oh yeah, it went down to 680. Yeah, it's really going good. Let's hook a 3. Oh, that's not what I thought. Oops. I misread what this skill does. It just lets the card not go away and be usable again. That's fine. Oh, we can just hide this for now. Wait. What is this considered? I'm like, we're gonna hide that for the moment because I'm not streaming it yet. Well, whatever, who cares, right? The music is nice. I was gonna forget how cool the music is in this game. Right, after battle, keep an equipment. That's what I wanted. Just dig out. Man, that sucks. Come on, Q. I want to play Final Fantasy. There we go. Strategery. Do you want to add poison? Ooh, I'd want this. Yes. I'll go up and fit it. Yeah, that's very good. Let's grab some health. Kill the baby squid. Are these too cute to be left alone? Okay. So let's split the that. Yeah, let's split that. Let's just do the damage. Still about 650 now on the queue. Oh, I don't know what this dice does. Oh, it's at least a 3. Put a dice in 2. Well on the poor little squid. Keep blinding me. Is it 3 or less, huh? So what is it? Oh, nice. It was a 6. There's a 6. Give me some health back. 6. Let's steal the tool. About 650 still on the queue. Alright. That's something like this 6. Level up. Ooh. I don't know if the blind really. If something defensive, it could help. Oh, okay. Just to count on all, but not do that. That's nice. Duplicated dice. That's nice. Yeah, I think duplicate dice is good. Okay. Don't like the snake eye charm. I don't know don't think I need the dagger so much. I'd rather duplicate a dice. Let's try it that way. Still about 650-ish. I can split this in two and hopefully get a couple twos. Nope. I should have duplicated that. I wasn't thinking. That was dumb of me. I should have duplicated that. That's fine. Come on, Q! Let's duplicate this 6. So I can get a heal there. Oh, I should have hooked it. Oh, that's fine. There we go. I'll take 3 points. Okay, this is working out. Not the ice. Okay. Might as well duplicate a dice and then split the dice in 2. So we can get 3 poisons off. Alright, went down to 600. So we're almost there. We're already a third of the way there. It's only been, what, about 10 minutes. It's not bad. It might be a little longer than I thought. Okay. Let's duplicate. Let's duplicate this one. Let's do the poison. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's not gonna kill him. Oh, I could have played that a little differently, but that's fine. Ah, man. Okay, from now on, lesson learned. If I'm playing, I will start my Final Fantasy up a little earlier just to double check the timer. Oh, I get one of his. Okay. Put 4 poison. Oh, flame spell looks nice. Let's do flame spell. That's really good. It has to be a 2 though. Let's try flame spell instead. It's on to 500 now. $450 already. Well, that went down to 150 real quick. Oh, I need my dice splitter thing though, I guess, so I can get the let's toss some things in here to steal dice from him, or an item from him. At 470. Okay, as soon as I get in the queue, I'm jumping over Final Fantasy. It's just something I can play in the interim of things. Okay, let's duplicate this. Toss this in here to steal. And then let's hook for 2 hits for 4 HP as well. And 40, ooh, dude. Let's take the pirate hook, that could be nice later. Okay, duplicating dice is nice. Well, I guess not really in this fight actually, but whatever. Oh, I can toss that in there actually. Cool. Once again, I apologize. I was not as prepared as I meant to be. Okay. Oh, I can only duplicate a 3, that's a bummer. Let's hook. Oh, I guess that doesn't matter, but. Whatever. Some health. Doesn't matter because I'm about to win. And level up. Cool. Okay. Do 1 damage. Ooh, that's nice. Not much damage, but it's nice to get to reroll the dice. I want that in my kit. Not yet. I like what I have. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna wait actually, because once I get to the blacksmith, I might be able to make some of my other skills smaller so I can take more into combat. Let's go ahead and just toss out some good damage, make it slower. Go ahead and get the steel done, ready to go. Still 470, but that's okay. Grab that right away. Duplicate this to get a couple poisons in. Look for double 5, 5 and 4. Some health. And I'll finish the fight. Oh, do I want rock, 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 or rock? I mean, okay. I won't be using that one, but that's fine. Alright. Can I make counterfeit? Yes, I want my counterfeit smaller. That's good. Do you also let me make a... Yes, yes, that's exactly what I was hoping for. Just make them both smaller. Oh, no, I just made it bigger. That's fine. Okay, so I can put my cauldron in here now. That looks good. So 473. Let's go this way first. Strong as poison. That's fine. Let's do that first. Let's duplicate the 6. Not as strong as poison, but it still hurts him. We're down to 390 now. We're getting there. Gotta beat the login raid boss before I can go and do the actual story. I should duplicate this dice to get a couple poisons in. Hey, that was a good trade. Ooh, get the. Oh, I was hoping he would try to eat the other one, but that's fine. I won't die. $320 now. Ooh, inflict 3 poison. Inflict double blood. Let's hit that. Okay, so would it be better to have inflict 1 poison I can do 3 times, or no? This is better. see what... Why can't I go there? Oh, because that's an enemy. Let's duplicate the 6 real quick. New dice. That didn't help any. Rotten apple, huh? What do you do? Okay, I'm not worried about stealing from him, but I will take it anyway, I guess, because it's free. $2.50. Alright, oh, it inflicts the number I put on it. Oh, I see. That's fine. Let's see what I can reroll here. Oh, well. Okay, well, I see where the difference in that is. That's fine. It has the potential to be better. Okay, let's re-roll this dice. And just hit, and then I guess I'll duplicate this. It doesn't matter. We're very, very close to being able to play 14 again. Nobody. Let's get a new dice. I'm gonna sacrifice 2 health to hit me 1 time for 1 health. Oh, it didn't level me up, okay. I mean, I'll take the core, I guess. I get steal or trade. Instead of doing 1 damage and getting a new dice, I freeze 1 dice, and I like that better. And the 1 damage isn't as important, and it could be much more useful to be able to freeze a dice. Duplicate dice, hook, do damage, burn you. Oh, it's roll a 1 though, it doesn't give me a random dice. Oops. Okay, I didn't see that. Oh well, that's fine. I didn't read correctly. Reading comprehension is important. Oh, and giving him odds is bad. Well, whatever. Yeah, 250 guys. Oh, of course you fly! Screw it all up! I mean, so I keep the poison on, is what I can really do. It's gonna keep freezing me. Still 250. But we're close. Oh my god, all my dice. Poison was a whittle in him. I know I'm dying game, it's okay. I mean, I can just go in for the kill. Alright, now level up, so full HP. I mean, I guess I'll take a snowball. Ooh, upgrading equipment. Burn all dice, that's kinda cool. That's what I wanted Poison Cloud to do in the first place. Yeah, he's not gonna freeze them, and then can't get a poison. Oh, yeah, that's working out good. 4 burnt dice, a frozen, and 3 set. Yeah. Yeah. Well, he took the damage. Still at 250. And again, no one's watching anyway, so like I can't really do much here, but well, I can at least get a 1. Any damage, and I can unlock the steel. That's fine. He's gonna take 7 damage when his turn starts, so like, so he's dead. Do 2 10 seconds, do 8 damage with the battle axe. Okay, I think this setup's working. Still at 250. Alright, let's definitely book her. Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. Oh wait. Crap, I wanted to duplicate it. That was dumb. Oh. Let's duplicate real quick. I did that backwards, but that's fine. 180. We're almost there. The home stretch. Oh, that's much weakening. And I'm actually hurting a lot. Good dice, sure. No damage. It's hurting a little. Don't make my pushing me my healy thing. Well, I can hook the fire. Crap, that didn't help me actually. Oops. Should have duplicated that first. Let's freeze the dice. And I guess deal. Crap, okay. 100 left. Okay, so she's not doing a lot of damage at least right now. She's just weakening me. Okay, we'll have 1. That's good. And the music picked up because it's like, oh no, it picked up the heal, but whatever. I'll take a side burst. Heal, please. Oh, I can't get to that yet, dang it. That's pretty bad, that's nice. Get some health, please. Let's got the weaker guy. 38 left in queue. Should be starting up Final Fantasy here after this fight, probably. So after I finish this fight, I'm going to change over to Final Fantasy. So I'll be just about ready by then. I should use the 1s for the stats. Oh well. Oh, he's resistant to poison, okay. You curse? Oh. Of course, I'll put my 50% chance to fail. Duplicate dice? That's fine. Let's hook it. Ah, I didn't duplicate those. Dumb. Oh well. What does it matter? He said. Let's just take something different. Okay, let me get some more word saves. Back to title. Alright, this game's done. Let's go back over to Final Fantasy now. There we go. Almost done. So very, very close. Be right back. I'm just gonna grab something to drink while this last 38 players log out. Okay. Almost. The boys, last 38 players don't want to leave. There we go. Yay, finally. I gotta check my retainers. Make sure I didn't make any money or anything I can use to make money. These stupid boots I'm gonna just get rid of. Oh, look, $1,000. And this ring I'm gonna get rid of. Okay. Yeah, I don't want that. Is that what it's got? Conservative. Yeah, I don't need that. Okay. Let's go continue onward. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survivor, come what may, is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alfie note, I'll say it is you. I don't know who's saying that. Oh, is it their mom? When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. I'm assuming. Mother? Of course. They all have white hair. okay. Oh, this music, what is this from? I recognize it, but I'm trying to remember what Final Fantasy it's from. Maybe it just sounds familiar to me. Amaliance Levillier. Reservice. Amaliance? Yeah, Amaliance is what I'm going to say. And you fine people must be the scions of the 7th Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. Word reaches father that you were here. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fauchenal, I don't know how to say his name either, are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I bet that I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not so sure. What do you think? Yeah, go hang with your mom. The Cat Harvey? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Okay. But we must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. If you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Quest accepted. Meet the mom. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you? Though it seems that we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us to our visit home? Yes, let's go. Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room is always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, God, never mind. Livier Estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Alfinod and Alice are accompanying you. Yes, I know how you've taught me this every time someone accompanies me. I'm just gonna go to the house. I don't want to do a little side lore bit right here. It's fine. Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alfinod and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. See, their dad does care about them. He just has to put... He's doing the greater good thing. And here you are at last. Please do come in. Jeez.
Welcome home, my lady.
I got a kind of nice house. Man, I love the music. Have I said that before? I'm pretty sure I've said that before. Whoa.
What? What are you gawping at?
Coughing. It's awesome. You got a dope house.
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Why are you leaving me with the mom?
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. For
Oops.
the triumphs
Didn't mean to
and
skip that, sorry.
defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience.
Oops, sorry, my chair's loud.
But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by
I
name.
literally started the game like in a carriage with them. Oh. I don't know if you start that carriage with each city you start. I don't remember. It's been years.
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Oops, man.
Under normal
No, I almost got the cutscene.
circumstances, I would
Ah,
offer
I didn't
you
mean to hit all these buttons.
But alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
The dude's just chilling back there, waiting. There we go. Oh, she got a new outfit.
Gifts. I wasn't sure what to expect.
Nice. I was wondering when this would happen. Is
Mother,
Alfino gonna get his job change here?
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
it's perfect.
That's a sweet
Exactly
coat.
what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Well, he doesn't have his academician armor on anymore. Or weapon. Oh, that's a cool
Thank you for
coat.
the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Your weapon. I was really wondering when he got his new job. That's cool. Here's some effing magic drones.
Wait. Are these?
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Leveilleur, okay. Wink. Here's your job at someone that you
I
can't
am
be
told
without,
these
though.
devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions. After they cannot be undone.
Act first.
Oh, mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
That was a good little scene there. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. Oops. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. There. Was this like the end of that scenario? Ah, this music. Ah, I love it. And okay, so I'm gonna finish this scenario, I guess, and then I can go do Thancred's. Okay. That's what I feel like's gonna happen. Oops. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation at Thavnir, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. Yep, okay, cool. So I just finished one side. Now I'll go with these guys. What is that? Amrelasi? Oh, it's just a drink, okay. Alright, boys. Road trip. I have Krau's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetherite, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time, and we do not have. Krau was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moenberda. Moenberda was an authority in aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. It is half the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it's too difficult, we'll manage. Nanya healer. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let's be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Let's go, dudes. Not just aetherytes like crazy in here, okay. Well, now this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl and the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Like, test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetherite teleportation. Man, I'm bad with words. But what if I were to tell you there was a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to the aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between 2 points. But it just so happens that our very first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Charlayan, the other over in Yedlimad, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with the Rads at hand, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will that be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of this shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the lifestream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Heh. Mistress Kryl sure truly knows how to pick 'em. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilson and Mistress Bloida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to the preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. I thought we'd use this Aetherite in here, but okay. Let's go to the really busy area where there's lots of people. Waiting. Oops.
Right, we're all set. Just the 4 of you, was it?
I was like, how did I just for some reason know that if she spoke, she'd have a tracer-like voice?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
Sounds just like her, jeez.
Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travellers could line up here, please.
Sorry, I'm opening a snack. Since I don't have to read right now.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing.
Don't die. What?
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What? Hey, made it to Thavnir. Way the F over here. Oh, colorful it is.
Home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance?
He just let out, passed out.
Against such an insidious foe.
Thavnir.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
Or,
Let me bring you something to drink.
jeez.
That should help settle your bellies.
Poor Uri and Jay. He's just fetal position.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Can't really do much about that. Managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? That'll be fine. Hold on, can I like regular attune now? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, is it just like I'm gonna suffer from that every now and then? Don't waste it. Ah. You there, I need 3 drinks, something that'll help with aether sickness. By the Menusa, a traveler, greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special arma lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm thanks welcome to Thavnair, I am pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. Not for 1, not for 2, but 3 bottles, a bargain amongst bargains. Price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and using gestures deny the deal is fair. I have to find my deny emote. Where's my deny emote? Where's my deny emote? I'm very bad at finding emotes in my emote list. There it is. Vehemently admit. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's still urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy this, Isai? The merchant is swindling me. Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,800 gil and 190 gil for the 3 bottles of Lasai. That confusion could have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Oh, still got the sickies. Must sprint. Dig it. Praise be to the 12. My stomach does loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Anastinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us Tataru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you hadn't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. The lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Tie it back. Aye, I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against the heat short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? How did you find this? Yes, how did you find a little tie to tie your hair in this world? A local vendor. The man said it's Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. I steal, I was told. Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphinaud could hold a candle to you. I am inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Thavnair as his dominion, the nation of Radzehan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were well, let me read right. Arcasadara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. Development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power at Razathan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given the merchants at Gateway Town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've naught to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kryl's acquaintance, shall we see the information we can gather here in Yiddelmad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off a flying start, but let's hope for it. Let's pick up for it. What? I have some gloves. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. The pier is yours. Once we've learned what we can, we regroup by Aetheryte, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. What is this? Oh, okay, I gotta talk to the gemstone dude here. Yes, open for business. Cool. Crate of fruit. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. Gazing out from the pier used by boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you've visited in the past, there appeared to be very little activity. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. I still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly selling anything these days. Business was never been as terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kalzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as you not, you find him at Saltwind Sails, the harbor guild building across the water from here. What else did I miss? Ah. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these settled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since the accursed tower suddenly appeared in Naraner. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the radiant host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. The Dalmaskins aren't coming? But we already have everything they ordered. What are they supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire's at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city is defenseless, and we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. God, but this will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Dalmatians. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hanish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things cause all I do, which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? My name is Matsuya, and I'm here to see Kazal. Elephant Man. Oh, seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. What elephant boy have do? Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazal too, did you? I'm Matsuya, a fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kazal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium was struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. Okay, level 115 gloves, is that better than what I have? 515? Sure. Let's do it. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've ever really dealt with Kazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle my fish in my stead and show me how it's done? Okay, let me sell your stuff, dude. I just met. If you're willing, please let me know and we can begin at once. I don't really have a choice, buddy. Events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Okay. You do it then? Show me how to deal with customers. I mean, you're dead. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yelamad. They'll offer you and learn. Serve you and learn. Okay, I get it. The elephant dude's following me now. Oh. I hear his footsteps. Oops, I'm not trying to. I just wanted to see if it even let me. Yes. Fish, I got fish here. Fresh fish, straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it's still utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get into the city. Many remained there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue my life, such as it is. Whether or not I had was the right choice, only time will tell. It's a risk out there. Maybe you ought to move to the city too. Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I'll head to Radiant's host's instructions. Heed the Radiant host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives, to the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tucked into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, I wanted to have some fresh fish today. Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how could I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Oh. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, the delectable stewed in coconut milk, or baked with a sprinkle of salt. You succeed in making a sale. Woo! Customer service. That's what I wanted to do in Final Fantasy. It's fine. Oh, you're up there. So many aura here. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be expert quality. Why, for eating, of course. It may not seem like a lot, but of late I go through so much in no time at all. I'm a stock trader by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, my wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. But not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking for the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Thank you. I pity it. I pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Okay. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. No, wait, can I do a do-over? I didn't know, man. Whatever. I just thought that I could like, oh, I'm sorry about that. And she'd be like, it's okay. Well, maybe I'll eat something else. I'm like, hey, I've got something you can eat, but that didn't work out. Hey, Ari and Jay. Hey, look, it's Bazama. You know, she's another aura. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh God, it's my stomach. Ugh. The sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Would that if I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like or not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. Better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies. For that, I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. Ah, well, fish wouldn't be bad, but I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass new fish. Yeah, I always pick the right choice. It's just a rock, paper, scissors. I don't know how he's going to react. I don't know this guy. Okay, whatever. Thanks so much for the demonstration. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Wait, did I pass by where I'm supposed to go? Oh, I gotta go up here, okay. No one cares. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but you put your mind to it and you succeeded. Though you did fail too, there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kazal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice who might be... And who should it be but Matsuya? Oh, it was him. Matsuya. Whatever. Kazo, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matya, I truly am, but for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do. Oh, sorry. Hey, Wilkie. Sounds like he needs a zigzag or cold cells audio, because that'll do the trick for sure. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kelso. Not to worry, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care of the road. Doopy doop doop doop. Time to sprint again. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I see. We've also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods. But to think that it would be such an extent. I'll come up right now with these. Let me see. Oh my god. Zigzaglord. That name is so familiar. I feel like... Let me look... Hold on. Yes, oh my god, I've seen his books in my bookstore. That's right. Oh my god, yeah, when I was running a Books a Million, I remember seeing his books in our finance section. That's awesome. Definitely need to sell that to the elephant dude. Yeah, that's right. That's great. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telephoroi. Man. I wonder when you unlock the first dungeon. It's been so long since I started this expansion already. Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is the perpetrator's aim, it does stand to reason that Akasadara would be the primary targets. Oh my god, these words. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Ayali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kral's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Let's go. I realized that I had more workings. Yeah, man, it's crazy to think about that, right? I need to take this quest real quick. That's true. Thinking about it, man, like I don't remember the last time I had like a working cassette or CD player or anything too, and I remember carrying like a CD player around with me in high school all the time. I guess that was the last time I had it, because then I got an iPod Touch, and that's never touched any kind of physical musical media again that wasn't digital. Oh, I gotta take this one. It's got a freaking... I don't care about side quest story stuff. I just want the Aether Current. I mean, I guess I have collected some CDs for like bands I like, but I've never like I don't have a CD player except in my car. But having like a portable CD player, I guess some people call them Discmans apparently, according to my wife, which I thought was crazy. I never heard that before. I have one tape that I want to transfer to Final Fantasy MIDI compilation. Oh, awesome! I swapped around some instruments on a couple of them. Oh, you made your like custom like Final Fantasy compilation? You do not see Matsu nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. In the 2000s, I used to use a MIDI player called Timidity. They had a lot better instruments than those. Oh, nice. I remember I used to mess around with MTV Music Generator a lot. Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. If you ever managed to get a cassette player and like transfer the MIDI things over, you should like post it somewhere so it can be downloaded. I wouldn't mind hearing that. I don't know if it did MIDI. I think you could do MIDI in it, but it was like a music program, kind of like GarageBand, of course. That's like the biggest one, I guess, now that's easy to use. It was just really old. I had it like on a CD. But that was the only one I ever messed around with, and I wasn't very good at it. I just like to play around with it. Do not see Matsuo from here either. No, leave me alone. Help, somebody help. Matsuo's voice, it came from the north. But it was pretty fun. I remember playing around with that one a lot. I think it was MIDI. But I don't remember. It's been a good 20 years since I played with that. What is that thing you have? Oh, you're a gatherer. Get off my elephant, bro. That's gonna be the downside of playing the campaign through his tank. I always hate is that you don't do much damage by yourself. But I don't die in the quest, so it's okay. I was thinking about it. It's just to buy a simple one, just to use the line in and record. I have some cassettes though. Personally, tape seems to be the only one I have left. Ah, I gotcha. Well, that sounds like a cool one to like. At least you have like a really interesting one that you actually worked on still. I think I have some of my dad's old cassettes from like way back when in like the 80s and stuff. In hindsight, I kind of wish I did things like rig up a VCR to record things like Friday Night and Metal Night. Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. I wonder, I haven't even bothered. I bet you could find like a cassette tape for cheap on like Amazon or something, huh? Like surely they sell those. I'm kind of curious. I actually kind of want to dig around on that kind of stuff too. Dang. Yeah, there's you can get them for like $20. I've seen a couple at least on Amazon. That's not bad. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We heard that the Arcasadora, I'm gonna get used to these words eventually, damn it, were being targeted. Surely you have as well? Okay, there we go. I don't know why my brain couldn't read that right. Perhaps it's best you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know, the ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should be take care not to travel alone. You have big hands. You could have easily squished their tiny, tiny heads. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. Why canst thou tell us of these beings? Is the tower going to be the first dungeon? It looks dungeony. Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. Trying to decide if I want to do the dungeons like with players, or if I want to do it with the trust system. The trust system takes longer, but I don't have to worry about people rushing. I don't know. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. Oh my god, is it the Tower of Zot from Final Fantasy IV? House of Divinities is the old tongue it means. Oh, that would be so dope. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that only bring death. To have one's faith so twisted and grievous in indignity and full justified art thou in thine rage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may have forced to contend with the false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? It's okay. It's just it's just I don't know. But right, it's not supposed to be underground. You come all this way to save us, really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we honored to share our knowledge and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akyali? Sure. Hey, thanks, Agad. I try to read names right. Wonderful. Please just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. Or follow my stompies. So, 'tis the simulacra of the Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Akyali. Let's go, boys. I want to do some fighting. Let's summon a mount, though. What do I get today? I got the chair. Probably one of my top 3 mounts that I have, just because of how stupid it is. Oh wait, I need to see if there's a 193 to the southwest. I'm kind of going to be heading that way anyway. Look at that elephant. Gotcha. 112 to the south. Let's grab this ether current. Ah, don't kill me, elephant. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's grab this ether current while I'm right here. Oh, I mean, I need to be here anyway, so it worked out. Southeast. Hold on, guys. Me and my jumping chair. I gotta look for some air. 82 yalms to the east. I'm not going east, am I? I'm going south. What is wrong with me? Northeast. Is it up on this hill? Ah, there it is. Let me up. Let me up. Okay, that's a cool mount. Jeez. Oh, I got an Ahriman. Alright. Hey, Matsia. Welcome to Akyali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here to save that, but there's much here save that. But please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do no worse. But you could do worse than to start with Kanga, the old I can't talk. Hasveda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. I am just real bad with all these words that I have to learn. Hey, Kanga. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into 2 groups, the Manusia, with beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Mirga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities. Their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Thank you for the information. Asveda. Interested in learning about gods, you say? Heh, that's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Menusia and the Mirga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Menusia, the Mirga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Jesus Christ, what's my reading today? Likewise, the Menusia coveted the might of the Mirga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Menusia have worn animal faces, and the Mirga the limbs of men. Weird. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. I can let your friends know. I'll go and fetch them from my house at once. Oh, if I would. What you got, buddy? Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. Whoa, no way. That's awesome, Venti44. I'll definitely do that later. By all means, we should like to see it. Oh my god, is that the Magus sisters? They're Menusia. You heard about them already. Yes, 3 sisters. It's totally the Magus sisters. That's awesome. Center one is the eldest. Sinduruva, Cindy, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is her middle sister, Sanduruva, Sandy. That's great. It's a goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. And the left is Minduruva. Yep, Mindy, that's great. The youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. Oh, Tower of Zot, gonna fight the Magus sisters. That's great. In like fashion of the Menusia, the deities of yours are preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Mirga, may I ask? Spam? Yep, good old spam, right? I wonder how many people actually like go to those links and like actually pay money for that crap. I don't want to buy artificial numbers for my channel. I just want to play Final Fantasy and hang out with people. The Mirga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arkasadara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too. It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, the ruler of Radzadhan, forged a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. Well, you got Estinians here. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you have given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with that tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it is time we sought out Kral's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kral's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Dope, we're getting very close to the tower where I'm assuming combat will happen and I can start getting some loot. Hey, level 82, Holy Sheltron. A Holy Intervention? Hold on, let me see what this stuff is. New stuff. Holy Sheltron. Blocks all incoming attack. Oh, this is the upgrade. Okay, so it reduces damage taken by 4 seconds. And it wait, does it do all those at once? Wow, that's awesome. That is so cool. Okay, so you lose the defense. Okay, you lose the defense buff, then you lose. Oh, that's such a great buff to that move. It made it way better. And what was the other one I got? Enhanced intervention. Extends the duration of intervention to 8 seconds, granting nice resolve to the target. Oh my god, that's great. Man. Okay, so now it just lasts longer, and it reduces damage by an additional 10% for 4 seconds while doing it. And he'll... Man! That's dope. What a great buff. Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Someone's got a crush. Oh look, it's my Falcon mobile. This game's version of Setzer's vehicle. Airship. Just instead it's a motorcycle because I can't fly right now. Northeast, let's just keep going that way then. That's awesome. Holy Sheltron, huh? That's such a good buff. 402 to the east. Nah, I'm not getting that one. I'll go hunting those. If I decide I want to play this between streams, I'll just use it to go hunting Aether Currents, so I don't have to do that on stream. That's not the most fun thing in the world to watch. Hold on, guys, before I start the quest, I want to get the teleport stone. Yeah. They're all down. I can get some voice acting for a little bit maybe, so I don't have to read as much. That's fine if I do. I haven't read a lot since 9 anyway. Oh.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
Cool spear.
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Real shit?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Science, people living for science.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
They're not, like, you know, illegal or nothing. Trust me, bro.
That is well.
You must be quite
Well,
familiar with
I can do just instant transmission.
Is this
What?
their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
He's like,
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
let's just leave him with the people that want to draw his blood for science.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the great work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Let's go find out the crux of the situation. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful for you to assist us with ours. Though Crow herself is tied up with another investigation, he is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in a consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we were still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of these methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to the etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify the protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Just leave it to me. Thank you. Lest you wonder, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessings shield you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work at the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Okay, it's like, I'm also here. Just enough sprint to get there. I hope you didn't find any trouble finding the place, having trouble, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweet sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. To reduce the risk of accidental exposure, the drunken depot will emit a blast only after it has moved a certain distance. Please follow it closely. Oh. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing blah blah. Follow the drunken depot's lead and try not to fall behind. Let me just run after this lantern. It's hopping. You know. It's alive. Raining ether, please stand back. What do I have to... Oh. Do I have to sit next to it? Okay. Test settings, please gather near. Oh, okay. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether but suffer no ill effects. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of ether but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Survive completely unscathed. Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take it the Deepa off your hands. thank you. I shall replenish its aether for when the tested talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea of anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? And the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your aether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. Yay. Give my bros some talismans so they can go in too? You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of the key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arcastora travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. Yeah, let's go. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kaidaya's footsteps, since situated in the road which runs east of the Great Work. My broom. Wait, I want to check something. Okay, just take the spirits within. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out! But they're in front of us. How are we being followed? You'll be fine. These guys are nothing. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside for the safety of work. Thank the sisters I came to that I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Oh yeah. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. Sounds like the dog bark sound effect from Mario Paint in the background of the music right now. Or else it did for a second when it was happening. Oh, hold on, these guys are for... I gotta kill these guys real quick. The hunts, I need that. Need that XP. That was a decent amount. And I got some nuts. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya is a great dancer, and those who followed in her, well, you know, footsteps. They came to this place to train and dedicate their dance to the ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that the spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you could be so good as to stand guard. Kidnappers aren't likely to return soon, but better safe than sorry. survey.
Yes, that would be Radz at Han. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Completely. Without the satrap and his line, Radz at Han would not exist. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
It's always humans. People are the
It was
problem.
a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position.
Oops, I didn't mean to skip
The
that.
stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radz at Han to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Cloaked person. Things are getting bad. Oh, it's Fandaniel.
To admire one of my splendid towers. And what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets.
No, I don't want to skip the
I
scene.
seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls.
Our souls.
As ever, am my own worst enemy.
Neat. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Go, let's go. I'm just gonna teleport. Walking's for chumps. Yeah, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we were a little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Your quest reward of $1,000, which isn't much in comparison. Oh my god, I want to do a dungeon or something, man. Like, I'm interested in the story, I just want to do some, like, fun stuff. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mr. Snidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when we last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that before Urianger told everyone about their tempting cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons, your peers have since been inspired and fashioned a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. Should be happy to tend to this if you like. You mean me? As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Excuse me. Loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry here is where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Yeah. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenua. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own to take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mr. Sanadhana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Grab this quest right quick too. Oh, here's one of my favorite mounts. It's the hand, the floaty magic hand that carries me, and my guy's just like, eh. I think this is probably a wind current one. Yep. Okay. I don't care about the context. I just want to unlock it. Oh, and a unicorn. Here's our Hamsa. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they look close to your Exordian dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these were recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make to the outpost. We set forth on your word. I'm ready, let's go. Oh my god, we're riding them? What the hell? As Piaf, if you hadn't ridden dodos before, we warned that they are have a wobbling gait. That's ridiculous. Did not think we'd be riding them. That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Khadga, a word that means sword. The sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Menusia against the Murga before it was cast down in conflict's end. To the left is requiring no introductions to the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. I like the forced camera perspective, it's kind of neat. Well, it's gradually getting me closer to the tower. Almost there. Though the main part of the hatchery is atop a cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. Oops, didn't mean that. Thanks. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should be but young Varshan on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wishes to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women from the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, the remains of the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray that you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Ket Harvey, of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is your situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad of any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varshan to the latest report, and answer any questions he may have. Time to talk to dudes. Ah, I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell me about the Telephoroi? I know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they've declared war on the whole world, but why are they doing this? What is it they want? This, we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can't bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. Hi, Kutiu. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. The Tower of Zot, as folks have taken to call it, suddenly appeared where it did on an isle of Narunair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are you dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique. The hopes will still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. It occurs to me I have not yet properly introduced our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeed in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in the Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it is much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls from outside aid to be answered. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub post, Radzat Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will be grateful for your account. But come, you had best see the original errand. As mine will keep me here a while longer, however, I'm afraid I cannot guide you to the rest of the way. Worry not, about the straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Where's my Hamsa? Let's ride! Oh, I control it now. Woo! Yeah. It's goofy, but I love it. I need a handsome amount. Such a long walk, but at least it's comical. Thanks, bird. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the hamster dashes off. I don't blame him. Aye, this is indeed the giant skull's ground, and I am Zayuna. Is there something you require? Giant skull for the alchemist, you say? But of course they still shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Thanks, bro. Can I go do dungeon stuff now? Here you are, a stack of purest giant skull. We'll always set some aside for our alchemist friends. Puppy park poop. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, but they need but ask. Cool. I go back there, right? Yes. Teleport. Ah, welcome back. There I hope you have the giant skull. I sure do. One bag of gall. One gall sack, if you will. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, the time will come for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. So if I do get to do this dungeon with the trust, is the rest of my party going to show up, or do I only get, you know, Thancred, Estinian, and Urianger? That'd be an interesting setup if you're playing as a healer. Surely there's other, I'm assuming they get request help from others. I like finish this chain and then it's like, hey, we need to go take this tower, and they would communicate with other teammates. That's my guess.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to the alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the...
Oops.
The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, and spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair. Who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope. No words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear.
Never gets easier,
Vengeance
Estinian.
is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Oh hi, I'm just here. Just creeping.
What is it? What did you see? Daniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corrupted ether.
Neat.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
Thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place.
Yes, let's go to Tower Zot,
To
please.
accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Oh, you needn't ask. I'll knock out an elephant lady.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Yeah, that's fine, right? That's how it works.
Madonna, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next.
I feel like that was from something, but I couldn't remember what it was. I just can't imagine that's... I don't know. I mean, I guess in theory, like the battery would like try to absorb some radiation or something. I know it's like a joke, but it's just like, what? I mean, who knows? I'm not brave enough to test it.
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
I just get to go there now. Okay. Well, I want to ride my mount. What do I get today? I get my delivery chocobo. Oh, my two-seater chocobo. Okay. Yeah, I can grab a... Yeah, maybe I can grab a Aether Current on my way. Northeast more, huh? It's gonna be like up here somewhere. How did I travel that far? And it's like, it's 3 more than we were at. I must be tracking more than one. 355 to the north, okay. Just keep going north. Oh, I don't want to fight you, birds. Is it gonna be up on that hill? Maybe not. I bet it is. Yep. God dang it. Should have known. It's always somewhere high or out of the way. It's never just like, it's right here. Just gonna grab it while I'm over here. Ah, there it is. Definitely gotta be collecting those. Like I said, I'll only collect them if they're on the way while I'm streaming, but I'll go around and gather them up off stream. Just running around picking up wind isn't very fun. It's one of the few things that would probably kill me. It's one of the few things I don't like doing every new expansion. Ah! Oh god. That almost did me in. Should have seen if there's another one nearby, dang it. Southeast, nope. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is the board and be on our way. Oh, and if you should become corrupted, do not stay under your hand. Of course I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are the one of the kind. Perhaps the only hope for toppling this tower. For all their sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Yes, let's go to the Tower Zot. It's much bigger than I thought. Oh, music. It's like slowed down version of the Tower Zot music.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
God, I can't wait till you get to go to the moon. If they don't play a cool remix version of the moon theme when you're on the moon, because I for some really like that song before. God, I can't wait to see what it sounds like and feels like on the moon.
The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps.
Please let me fight the elephant lady.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
No. Oh no. I didn't expect that. Oh, that's not what the Tarot is out looks like inside. That's okay. No, they're not one-to-one remakes or anything. It's really fleshy. Yeah. Oh no. Just elephant people stuck in it. Oh, Fandaniel, you trickster.
Oh, let me go. Oh, let me go. Oh.
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
On soloed. Indeed, all those elephants.
Stop.
They got the carbonite.
No, you can't do this. Please.
I like that she's just. I'm sorry, I know it's like. Sucks that she's being sucked up, but she's just like floating into the wall. Oh.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting. Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Vandaniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Vandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that was of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me.
Oops, I don't want to do that.
Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Maybe.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old.
At your service.
I wish I remembered that. Who that was. It's been so long.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled. And ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied. Heed me.
Oh, it is Zand, okay.
No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you.
I don't remember either. Wasn't Zand Final Fantasy 2, right? He was like the Emperor. Or maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I don't remember what he was trying to do either.
For while your methods leave
Zand wasn't. It was
desired, we cannot deny the results of your work.
I don't remember. It's been a while. No, Zand wasn't 2. That was just the Emperor. Zand was
The seat of Vandaniel,
Oh, it's Anna
your
Zelk.
rightful seat lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
Hold on, sorry. Oh, he's Final Fantasy 3. Sorry. That's right. I don't remember what he was doing either in 3. I just remember he was like kind of there, and then like suddenly Cloud of Darkness.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw.
Probably, yeah, that sounds right. He was just kind of like
Scheme as you like,
there
build as you will.
to make Cloud of Darkness show up. Yeah.
What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Yeah, I think he's the one like, yeah, you fight him and then you beat him and you're like, yeah, I won, and then Cloud of Darkness is like, actually, I'm here, fight me, and that final boss kind of thing. Yeah, I remember that now. Final Fantasy 3 was fun. I really hope they put out that like a pixel remaster thing with all of them, because I want to play 3 really bad on there. I just don't want to buy it individually.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
1 second, I'm gonna grab a drink. This cutscene just keeps going. Okay, I'm back.
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to
Wow,
kill
75?
them,
Ah.
they will
I mean, that's just not terrible.
So, enjoy tackling that.
Is that including a pre-order of 6?
We shall meet again. Not a lot of
I'm assuming not. Oh, it is.
somewhere more suitably grand.
Yeah. Oh, that's not too bad then.
Playmate is ever so eager to see.
Oh, it's on sale too. Nice. That's tempting. I'm really holding out they put it on consoles though, because that would be a perfect game for Switch. Like for all of the bundle to be on Switch, but that's not a bad deal though. Ah, you are returned, but where's Mistress Nidhana? Oh yeah, I know. Square Enix doesn't like to discount their Final Fantasy games until they're like real old. Minutia Preserve, just when we had succeeded in making this talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Man, can you put like a teleport stone over here? Because I have to keep coming here. Even still, like, yeah, like, I mean, like Final Fantasy 13, for example, when I was looking to play that, like, I was just curious the price. You can still spend like $20 just to buy the 360 version. Oh, man, that game's so old. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. Oh my god, do I have to go to Razit-Han first? First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if we were the one to explain. Oh, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding skills, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved it parallel to herself. So let us make more skills, that she will be one, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will fight to win. We will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding skills with you. And for our ears and visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. The fact came into the Center's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razit-Han for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be the benefit to all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of Garant Gall's grounds, and I will show you into the city. I wish I could fly, I wish I could fly. Where am I going? Is there a faster teleport? No, it's not. I mean, I kind of like follow what I can. I follow a couple Twitters, like where one is like Cheap Ass Gamer and a couple other ones. I have seen that like Epic Games has been putting out a free game every day, and they've been pretty good ones, like Prey and Control and stuff. I kind of forgot Prey existed until they posted it. And I was like, man, I never beat that game. Yeah. I've played Prey Control a little, and it was like, it's not bad, but I just never got super into it, but I didn't give much of a try. But yeah, I was surprised it was free. Yeah. I hear it's really good. I didn't give it a fair shake. I only played it for like 20 minutes, and it's not that I got bored, I decided to play something else. As it was one of those times where I was into something else at the same time. Oh wait, this isn't what I meant to do, is it? What do you mean you go back to work? Oh, man, okay, this is the one for the stupid side quest. I didn't mean to talk to her. Yeah, I'll do that in a minute. I got sidetracked, wrong place. I wonder what else that released though. I hope aren't they doing a couple more, right? Before the free stuff is away, or was it just on Christmas? I can't remember. I think they put like a Pathfinder game on there that I meant to download, and I don't remember if I grabbed it or not. Oh yeah, I need to kill you guys. I'm sorry, but your existence does nothing but further my experience levels. No kick a screen for you. So toward morgue. Oh, I need to kill one. Okay. I don't need to fight you. I don't want beef with you anymore. Unicorn. Man, for how many mounts I have, it's funny. Oh, hey, a free Aether card. Nice. It's funny how I only get like a few of them frequently. It looked like my unicorn just jumped off the mountain. That's funny. $219 to the east, huh? Yeah, somewhere I can't get to. Oh, I'm still going east. I might actually make it to that one. No, it's gonna be down there. I can't get there yet. To the southeast. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's right there. Okay. But now I've seen it, so I have like a slight mental image of where to go to grab it once I have access to that area. Which I guess I kind of did earlier, but whatever. I don't want to get all sidetracked right now. I just want to focus on the story. All present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Which means I don't get to just run around the city exploring right now. I would assume.
A vast rock squats upon Faramir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun.
Looks a lot like
The fragrant haze, a mixture
Old
of
but
sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
very cool design for just like aesthetic. It's very unique from the rest of the game so far. No, but people are gone. Now it's all like fighters.
But no
I like that
such
spear, dude.
things
That's a
to
good spear.
savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megaduta.
Megaduta.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
It's aight, man.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
I don't know, I'm getting some very slight Chrono Trigger vibes from some of the music in this expansion. I know it's just probably the instruments they're using, but I'm getting some slight Chrono Trigger
Your
feeling in certain
Excellency,
places.
may I present our honored
In
visitors?
Chrono Cross.
Ah, splendid. Most
His Excellency is his name.
Allow me to introduce
Now he's
myself.
I1.
I am Ahawan,
Ahawan.
satrap of Radzat Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude. I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not.
Nah.
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you...
He hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
Can't fool a dragoon that's infused with dragon's
You
blood.
travel as assistants to the students of Artes, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the seventh dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Rads at Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Rads at Han.
But if Vitra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade.
Yep.
Yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wit.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with wards fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Essenian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bear his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rads and Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence.
Yes, please.
Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of
It's like maybe a party of 4 people could possibly go inside at a time.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind.
Yep, I was like, we're gonna have to regroup our friends and come back and go to the tower. Yep, that's what I thought.
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
Or not. No, oh, Estinian's leaving.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rhodes at Harn, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Alright, so back to Charland to get the party together and in the dungeon. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but now we have a clear objective ahead of us. We must rejoin our comrades in Charland and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zod. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. I did. I'm very attuned, except for the one I can't get to yet. So I just need to... Yep, alright, let's go. God, I love this song. Just as I was getting used to the balmy Thavnir, we're back in chilly Charlane. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let's take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Did I get another thing? No I didn't, okay. Hey Crow. No, not LSA. I already talked to you. Crow glances at you with expectant eyes. Since there had been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Oh, cool song.
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out
Oh, that's
each
gotta...
request and assaulting the Tower
Okay,
of
my
Zod
controller's doing okay.
should be our highest priority. I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the Ethereal Sea connection.
Yeah, like on PlayStation 5, it shows you a percentage of achievements that you get in the game. So I'm like 86% done with getting the Endwalker 1 achievement, which I guess is one achievement in the game. But I don't think that's all. I seriously doubt I'm only got about an hour and a half left of gameplay in the expansion when I'm only in the first dungeon. There's like 5, I think. So I'm sure like once you do the first dungeon, you get the Endwalker 1 achievement or trophy. PlayStation has a weird tracking system I always forget about.
According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any
Yeah,
intruders would be
I usually
met
don't
with
look at the
overwhelming
achievement
force.
tracking thing on it because I just don't think about it. I don't know. I like getting achievements and trophies and stuff, but I don't like actively track them, I guess. I'm just like, oh cool, I got that. I wonder what else I can get. Except for a few games. There's a couple games where I've got to get them all, but for the most part I'm just like, they're neat little bonuses for just doing stuff. Especially in this game. This game's got some ridiculous achievements to get. Ah, what? I didn't hit anything. Why did he skip all that text? Oh, because my freaking mouse, but damn it.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Well, I guess Arianje has something helpful to say there and I missed it.
Assuming Ishtoller's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses
Yeah, it is a very mixed bag though.
small to none. Any primates will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That
Yeah, I'm
duty
using
will
a
be covered by
PS5
Ian,
running through a
Shay,
capture
Kyle,
card.
Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts
Like on the PlayStation controllers, the little touchpad on the front, you can like touch and drag to like make it has like a virtual mouse in the game you can use. Like the left pad of it is like left click and right click, and I was accidentally touching it, I guess, and it advances the text when you touch it. And I was like, man, so I missed the whole portion he said. They're alright. I mean, you know, if you can enjoy the games that you want to without a PS4 or PS5, there's no reason to have one.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental etherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
I think of all the expansions I've played, this is like the most build-up I've ever seen to the first dungeon of an expansion. There's a lot of like stuff at play getting us there and like making it happen. At least that I remember. I could be wrong. There's like a lot. Like I put like 7 hours of like gameplay into this expansion already. I'm just getting the first dungeon, but I think it's just like probably getting me started and setting up the world and stuff, and then the other ones will come naturally. I don't like this smell. It makes me feel so slow. There we go. Magitech armor. I can even shoot bullets with it. And guns, but they don't do any damage. It's just for show. To the east, that's that one. I'm not going that way right now, so. Come on, jump. Don't fight me, Shamrosh. Ah, our friend of yours here. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission to the tower, I'm told. The warding skills will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we've ready. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to you. To join you, we pray for your safety and success. So if I'm willing to guess, this destination point is like the launching point for the dungeon. So I'll check this and then I'll little cutscene and then we'll fight, or then I get to go do it. Finally. But again, I haven't decided if I want to try to do it with players or the trust characters, the party members. I'll probably do the story dungeons with the Scion party just to maintain story mode. No, we'll see. If this is future Aetherite travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning, however emphatic, could be prepared me for that. Oh, it's raining now. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, should we call you Varshan, I suppose? Indeed, I would not to confuse our soldiers. So the game has dungeons available in single party. Yeah, so like, I think last expansion, they introduced a system called the trust system. So like, you can queue up for dungeons with party members, or for the dungeons, you can also choose the people in your story that travel with you to take into the dungeon and run with you. So you don't have to wait. And it takes a little longer with the trust characters than with a party of players, but it's also a lot safer. So, and I like to do it for my first run sometimes because it helps you learn the mechanics. But yeah, exactly. And then the party members also have unique dialogue if you take them into the dungeon. So I'm probably going to do the trust system throughout the stream. And then when I go back and play through the dungeons on my other classes, just for fun, I'll do players. And it looks like you get a couple more characters for this one, which is nice, because she wasn't a trust before, and it looks like she might be. And then Estinian wasn't a trust either, and now he is. So it'd be cool to try them out in combat. Missing parts of the story because you couldn't do the raid and just pick up bits after. Yeah, exactly. Something like that. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding skills. Please convey as much to us as Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. And each character has like a role, so like, you know, if you're playing as like a melee DPS, then like you can, you know, you have to fill the tank and healer role, and each character can do different things. So, you know, it's neat. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but for all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. I've been waiting for this day. I'm not the only one that can deal with this crap. So have we, my friends. So have we. Everyone is amenable to it. Let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Get and his band will break through the tower defenses and locate its core. Okay, so those are the people that I get options for this dungeon, it looks like. Because it gives you a set group of people for each dungeon that you can take as well. So I don't get to use Kryl or Grahatia, which sucks because I wanted to take Grahatia with me because I like him a lot. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners who will doubtless want the healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. I also like to take Y'shtola with me in dungeons because she has good AoE, but that's fine. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. I mean, it makes sense to ask to put like Alfinod in your team because he just got the sage job and all that. Alfinod, node. We'll commence the operation at your word, my friend. By the people of Thavnair, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Alright. Yay, finally! Holy crap, first dungeon expansion after 7 hours of playing. Which not they haven't been enjoyable, I just really want to play. So yeah, it's like, here's your group, so I can like go to Duty Finder and queue for the dungeon if I want. Which I would probably get pretty quick because I play tank. But I'm going to do it with this trust, so let's form a party and enter the Tower of Zot. So I can't take Thancred because I'm a tank and there's only one tank role, so I by default have to take Alfinod, Alisei, and Estinian. Which is fine. Let's do it. Get destroyed by bosses I've never fought before. Here's the music. Let's see what kind of monsters. Oh, look, it's the little mech guys with the arm. Heck yeah. This is exciting. Even if it doesn't look the same. Eat my food first for the slight experience buff. Let's go. Foul place this. Let us proceed with caution. And see, they still do their own thing to other characters too. Oh, see, they're fighting too. Okay, they just have another group. So I have like all of them with me technically. That's kind of cool. Nice. Finally some combat. Hey, buddy. Zot Armored Fiend. That's awesome. Like my favorite thing about Final Fantasy XIV is just like the absolute like love letter of a game this is to all things Final Fantasy. It just so many references and things is great. I'm definitely not optimizing my rotation either, but whatever, I'm just doing it. It's also kind of hard to lose with the trust in your party. What is that buff? I won't find out because it's dead. I want to see what Estinian was doing. I sense a great surge of ether, as if a summoning hath begun. Whoa, that's weird. Look, those beastly masks. It's the Manusio of come to life. Oh yeah, it's the Magus sisters. The focus on sustaining the Arixadora. Oh, are they staying behind? Oh, they went. Oh, they took a different path. Oh, that's cool. They're like down there doing a thing. I love it. Let's must keep going onwards and upwards. Oh, I love that. Let's see what that is. Trying to power interns from Nidhogg. Okay, that's all it is. Nothing crazy, just Nidhogg stuff. Wait. I just noticed I'm not getting experience from killing these guys. Is it just gonna give me a lump sum at the end of the dungeon now? Oh. Wow, you just did nothing but Stompy the whole time, huh? You didn't do a single thing. Oh, there's one of them. This is an abomination, a perversion of people's faith. Mindaruva. Well, let's figure out how to do this fight. Is that a tank buster? Oh, that's a tank buster. Okay. Oh. Okay, so big AoE outward and then an inward. Okay. Okay, it's like gradually. Oh crap, I screwed that up. Whoa! Whoa, what the F? Okay. That is way too far. How am I supposed to get to that fast? Okay, that's fine. Tank buster. I don't know what this is. Do I need to stand here? Oh, okay, it's just saying it's gonna go there. Oh, crap. I can't get there fast enough. It's too far away! Okay. Whatever you want to say there, Stinian. Okay, so you transmute Blizzard, you cause a orb to fly to an area which will cast Blizzard from this location. Got it. Okay, so she did Blizzard, then Fire, and now she's just casting. Ooh. Crazy. Interesting boss fight for sure. Yeah, okay, cool. Do I get loot at least? Treasure? Okay, cool. Oh cool, a Mask of Healing. Man. Oh, it looks dumb. I'll hold on to it. Okay, I got 556,000 experience for beating her, so the experience is just like consolidated into the boss fight. No, I'm not to do holy. No. Chest? Nope. Special chest? Okay. These are weird looking. Oh, hey, it's one of those. Wait, is that the dude from Final Fantasy VI? It looks just like him. Kinda? Hmm. Okay, well, they went down fast. Treasure. Just don't forget the treasures. A sling, man. The amulet, it said? Wait. Bracelets, okay. That'll be good on my Reaper, I guess. Jeez, okay, they're doing some damage now, though. Yeah, one of them did 20k, jeez. Enjoying the music, that's for sure. Oh, I got freaking sword else to use. Oops. Choker offending. Hey, there we go. That's something I can use on this class. Item comparison. Yeah. Recommended. Yes. Save set. Cool. That's a wall. Oh, okay, I gotta fight Sandy now. So it'd be lance against lance, is it? Yes, Estinian. I'm going hard with the limit break already, huh? He just does stabbies forever, huh? Okay, it's just an AoE. Got it. Yeah, he definitely has the dragon and stuff, that's cool. What was that? Oh, I'm stopped. Oh, it stops you like for a second later. Okay, crap. So you don't need to stand together. Okay, I see. Oh crap, I timed that wrong. That's fine. What the fuck? Oh, the one dancing? Yeah, the one dancing is the key. Breaks it, I guess. Oh no, I was wrong. I guess 3 times not lost. That's what it, oh my god. Oh, I thought I died. It's Berserk. Oh, Berserk? I haven't used that element in this game yet. Oh, okay, each person has a timer. They're gonna stop one. Okay. Ah, I see. Ugh. Damn it. That's really... I don't know how to guess. It's just luck? There must be some, like, key that I'm not seeing to, like, what you're supposed to do there. Oh my god, that did a lot of damage. Good thing we killed him. Jeez. It wasn't too bad. I just don't understand the whole mechanic for that one part. Trousers of aiming. I'll use that on my machinist. What's it look like? Meh. So there's 3 bosses in every Final Fantasy XIV dungeon. So is the next one gonna be all 3 of them since I haven't fought the the oldest sister, or is it gonna be like just her? And then I fight them all in a different dungeon together. Oh, why did I do that? That's one of the Groder guys. I love these guys. Amulet of aiming, man. All the stuff for class I'm not using right now. What is this? What about these? Get out of here. Okay. I mean, again, good for classes later, I guess. Zot gunship? They just have airships up in here? Okay. Jeez, that doing some damage. Treasure! Oh, cool. Of all the items I could possibly get in that chest, I got the one thing for a tanky that I already have. Or just another one of these guys, that's cool. Nope, not for you today. I like the sound effect when you block with the shield, it's nice. Oh, I see a triangle in the middle of the battlefield. I'm definitely fighting all three. I'm definitely gonna have their tri-attack thing. Oh, I didn't break where I got first. I was like, why the hell does that not do much damage? Heals, Alphinod, please. You're bopping me around, God. Oh, boss time. Alright. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. No voice lines? That's a bummer. Harbingers elect the Magus Sisters. Okay, so who are you supposed to kill first when you fight the Magus Sisters in Final Fantasy IV? Was it the thin one? Or was it the fat one? I cannot remember. Would have been quicker to fight all three at once. Please don't tempt fate like that. Oh, we're just fighting her. The other ones are gonna show up, right? That would be. There's no way they're not going to show up. She's the healer, so she needs to go first. Yep, here's the other ones. Delta attack? Uh-oh. Oh my god, what is happening? How did I not really take much damage from any of that?
Let's give them a show.
Yeah, I really feel like I gotta kill her first, because she's just gonna revive him. I'll deal with their bullcrap in between. One good rule of thumb with the trust, usually just go wherever they go. It's usually the safest bet. Reflect. Oh my god. What the hell? What the friggin' hell? Oh my god, so much shit. Fun fight though. It seems that way, yeah, they each have like an affinity or something like that. It's pretty cool. And they like reflect off of each other and stuff. It's like fighting them from Final Fantasy IV, but just in this mode, because they're reflecting off each other using tri-attack and stuff. It's really cool. Duh. Okay, we killed one. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, lightning, fire, ice was the main shit they used in the original. That's right. Oh god, these guys go down fast now. Yeah, fire, ice, light. Oh yeah, you're right. It was even lit and not lightning. It was lit. Hey, it leveled up. That was a cool fight. I really like the reference to 4 there. That was awesome. There was like a lot of crazy stuff going on, but it wasn't too bad to like figure out how to do them, like how to handle it after like seeing it the first time. And the rest of the crew shows up, right? Oh, the one that I didn't bring with me was like, and now Thancred's here. What did it get me? A pair of... Okay, give me earrings. Oh, my earrings are better. Oh, well, never mind. Let's open my chest now. Gotta get a weapon, please, sword and shield. I got a coat of aiming and some monk fists. Man, I'll never use those monk fists. I never play monk. What's his armor look like? Ew. I mean, it looks neat, but not for a gunner type class. Well, I mean, you know, hold on to it still, but man. So I hit 82. Did I get anything new from hitting level 82? Wait. No, I'm synced. I hit 83. Sorry. I'll get something at 84. 84. I get adds healing effect to Holy Spirit and Holy Circle. Wait, what? So like, does he heal when I? Oh my god, that's great. Anyway, cool. Finished the dungeon. That was fun. I enjoyed it. Now let's resolve the situation here.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
A quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtar?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
What? Gross.
This is what we came to destroy.
Necro-type motif. There's a faction in Warhammer. Hey, well, you said necro-type motif, sort of, and then there's a person's arm in a container. I'm not very familiar with Warhammer, but I feel like it's got some really cool lore I always hear about. I feel like it's like really hard to get into in terms of like understanding it, though. I've been interested in checking it out sometime, though. But I just don't know if I want to take the dive. Gotta standing, you're so cool. Oh, okay, yeah.
And that should be the end of it.
I've seen those on like Steam, I think. They seem to have a pretty big following. People really like Warhammer.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Why didn't you say something sooner, Rianjay? Huh?
For you. And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
Did I miss it? He didn't say anything about the tower falling when we beat it.
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves.
I pray I'm not too late.
Oh, we made it. Did you just teleport us all out?
What happened? Where are we?
We're on the beach, girl.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly.
Oh, god dang it. I didn't mean I accidentally touched the thing again. No, not Gratia. He's my favorite. He'll be alright.
Raha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Jeez. It's a lot of elephants.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared.
Oops. God, I keep accidentally hitting that stupid touchpad.
And thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
My mouse over here or something.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Oh, it's there. Concept from the motif came from, but like this area and rift, you can see a kind of death spine type things is similar to the tower design. Let me see. Yeah, like the purple black combo spiny thing. Yeah, those are like, it's a very like specific type of like weirdness, like necromancer type thing, like you say. Yeah, it looks cool. Like it fits. It's just crazy. I don't want to talk to you, Estinian. I want to talk to Thancred. Prisoners are being transported to Radzid Hand for treatment. Alice and Yustola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with support of those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. You may now enter the Tower of Zot with a party of NPC avatars. Party of NPC avatars. Because this feature open the trust system and duty. Yeah, I know how to use trust. Because now I can just go to trust and be like, hey, I want to do Tower of Zot. Oh, it's saying I can use avatars now. But the thing with the avatar system, it's like the trust system, but you can use any combination of characters you want, but you have to level them in, like story-wise. Like by doing dungeons with them, they level up.
Right then.
I stand ever ready.
So, you know, we'll be doing that right now. Did I get anything else? I wanted to really have so much random crap in here. I'm honest, I'm just gonna get rid of those gloves. I'm not gonna use them anytime soon. Yeah, but it's not too bad. Like, it looks like a lot, but yeah, because they need like, what was it? They need like 3 million experience. But I think one dungeon run of relevant level usually gives them like 1.5 to 2 million experience. So you only have to do like 1 or 2 runs to level them up one time. But it is tedious still to get them up like 10 levels that way, because dungeons with them takes like 30-45 minutes. And I would have to go all the way back to like the first dungeon of the second or the last expansion and start working from there, and it's a pain. It's nice if you want to do dungeons without other players though. But yeah, that's a lot of time investment that I just don't want to do. Hold on, I had a... something I was gonna grab. Move. I don't need that anymore. Right? Hold on. Item comparison. Yeah, mine's but okay. Let me change the gear on my other classes real quick. Just want to make sure my tank gear's all up to date. Okay. I'm gonna actually, I'm gonna unglamour my body piece, so I think my armor will match better. I'll take off that. Yeah, that looks a little better. At least making it looks more consistent. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop though. It's been a long stream. But I finally got to the dungeon. I'm so happy. So, I'm going to bed actually. Yeah, but I'll probably stream again. Yeah, but I don't have to go until 8 p.m. thankfully. So it's not too bad. I can get up and hang out with my family a bit. But that means I won't be able to stream tomorrow. But I'll stream Tuesday because I'm off Tuesday. That would be cool. Yeah, I work like 8 to 3 in the morning every day except for Saturday, Sunday, and Sundays I go at 6 in the morning. It sucks. Yep, thanks for hanging out, man. It's fun chatting. Hope you have a good night. I'll see you next time.